Morning. More Redlock today, of course. That's why you clicked on the video. But first, I want to make this my new Friday thing. I'm gonna be doing that for a while. I'm gonna be doing this for a while because it's turning out really well. I'm writing really good lore, and taking a dedicated day to just sit down and do that has been so helpful so far. So, at least for the time being, at least for the foreseeable future, I'm going to continue to do that. Why did that not center? What are we doing? What are we doing? Okay, so last night, I did some more work. I did some improvements. I could not fathom going to sleep while I still had some of those bugs. Let me, you know what, I'll turn on my traces. I'll show you what it looks like now. You know what, I'm not gonna turn on my traces. You're gonna have to imagine the traces. But I generally fixed pretty much every issue, or I hopefully fixed most issues with the mantling appearing from the wrong side. That did end up being that capsule trace that was built into ALS being a bit buggy. So I fixed that up. I even account for a change in mantle height to better position the start and end points of that trace. And you know what, I do think that further improvements can be done to it. So it's not like it's over. But we need to fix one platforming issue today that was an oversight on my part that a playtester ran into. And I want to address the camera as well. And that's what we're going to do today. We're going to fix that camera snappiness. Also, if we can fix that in a reasonable amount of time, I want to address the camera in small enclosed spaces, which I have a couple ideas how we might be able to do that. I don't know which one is the best choice though. Oh, I did a lot last night. I also made it so it was more the jumping is more reliable on curved surfaces. So we have better detection for curves. Although I think I only implemented this in 2 spots, and I actually need to implement it in 1 additional spot. But I can't remember which. Or no, actually I might have implemented it so early that the second spot where I could implement it is no longer necessary. But as you can see, it looks a lot better. And you know, we're hitting these edges a lot better. It's just more reliable. And so I'm very happy with how it's looking so far. Today though, this issue I want to solve. I want the player to actually be able to see where they're jumping on these. Because I imagine that we're going to be using jumps like that in the future quite often. So we will get that fixed. But first, a big oversight of mine. These platforms here, if you die, the timers don't reset. Oops. So we're gonna get that fixed. Hey, youngin. Lurking while working. Go for it. Hope you're having a nice day. Make sure to... Well, I don't know if you're working in an office, but if you are working in an office, make sure to unplug your headset and have me blasting for all of your coworkers to hear. I'm having a nice day. I am having a nice day. I'm not looking forward to a bunch of chores that I have to do this weekend, but what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Okay, I think for now I want to take the character. Where do we implement the death logic? It is placeholder, but where are we doing it? Up here. Okay, on completion, I'm going to make a notifier. For player death. I mean, realistically, we should probably call this in other places, but for now, we'll just do this. And then in timed platform, which platforms would this actually apply to? Let's see. I'm gonna be honest, I think it only really applies to stop for the step-off behavior. We don't need to do a switch then, we can just do an equal. Switch works too, they're both cheap. Could I set up an event binding in construction script? I don't think so. I don't think so. Okay, do we have like a reset event? Yes, we have reset timer. Okay, then get player character. Perfect. Bind event to player death. Create event. Reset timer. That will be the simplest and cheapest thing. Reset timer on player death. Okay, we can test this very quickly. Blueprints, platforms, timed. Disappear will work. Platform data, step off behavior, stop. Ban the bot in chat. How you doing, Jim? Did I poop my pants? I'm very the longer I live my life, the more worried I am that I'm reaching that point where I probably should have a pants shitting moment. Alright, it works. Alright, that's done. Easy solve. We'll try to get some camera tweaks in, and then we'll do a full playthrough with our new mantling code and the new camera code, and then I'm going to for sure reverse backport, that's the word, the new mantling code into immersive sim, which I don't think will take too long, hopefully. It might. One thing at a time. Okay, so I have a couple of ideas for this. Let's create a very small testable section for this. Realistically, I should have something like this in our platforming mechanic map. Should we do that? Should we make a little platforming mechanic? Should we make like a little playground section like this? But not in this map? My revision control isn't connected. Why is that? I'm gonna make it here. I'll make it here and I'm gonna place it right next to the start. Pull a Fallout 3 and have a toddler flashback to a playground? Stop. Shut the fuck up. Okay, bounce pads and moving platform. Can I select actors in multiple data layers? Out of curiosity. If so... we can kind of just do this. Yeah, we'll grab this one too. Move these over. Oh, I know. I played Fallout 3 quite a few times. Not as many as some of the other games, though. There's a high probability that they're going to make a Fallout 3 remaster. Or at least that's the speculation. Same with New Vegas. That'd be pretty exciting. Okay. We have cleared this space up. If they do make a Fallout 3 remaster or a New Vegas remaster, we will play those on stream. We will do that. What else are they gonna do? I don't know. After you know, I say it a few times, but every single new Bethesda title seems to just remove a little bit more of what makes it an RPG and immersive sim. A little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit more, until I worry that Elder Scrolls 6 is going to be just a... it's going to be like Avowed, right? It's just going to be like an action RPG. Not bad, but not Elder Scrolls. That's my fear. Okay, copy these over. Like the TV show? I haven't seen the second season of the Fallout TV show. I thought the first was okay. Some parts better than others. I don't know. Okay, test map. Playground. Okay, test map playground. We will make this test map playground. Where's my checkpoint config? There it is. We do not want a... What am I thinking? We don't want a reset teleporter here, so we're just gonna... New data layer. Ooh. The burps and the hiccups. Wonderful day. Playground. Make current data layer, and then set this to data layer playground. Sweet. Okay, we can set up a little playground here of different things. Pulling from the others. Okay, speaking of TV shows, though, last night I watched the first episode of the A Night of the Seven Kingdoms. The new Game of Thrones show, if we want to use that terminology. Based on the short stories, or I guess novellas, I guess is the proper term for those. Very faithful, I can say that for sure. Very, very, very faithful to the source material. Few additions, but the additions don't seem bad. But so far it seems very nice. We'll just keep adding on to this as we, you know, have things we need to test out, so. Won't get too worried about it. Entertaining to watch, but they've lost the message of Fallout. Consequence of Hubris. Want to live forever? Cool, you're a zombie that will slowly fall apart. Want to be an apex predator? Equals cool, you're a sterile super mutant. Better weapons like death claws, control over life. Well, anyway, these skates. You know, the character that I did like was Walter Goggins' character. If you ask me, it's not that I don't like the idea of having like a vault dweller as a main character. It makes the show silly. But at least for the first season, I felt like some of the what's the proper term for the, not the side characters, but like the extras. Do you remember the first season when they like found the guy who was like living out in the middle of the sand, just like you know, talking crazy shit about water? That guy felt more Fallout than some of the like main characters and factions that we've come across. At least to me. I'll have to test the size of this. Falling out with Fallout. Like I said, I found the first season watchable, and then I didn't really have a desire to watch the second season so far. Okay, we can elongate that. But this is what we want to fix today, or one of the things. I watched 2 or 3 first episodes, forgot about it. It is kind of forgettable. I don't know. I don't think it's anything lower than like a 7 in my book. As a show. But you know, I don't really remember 7s. I've seen a lot of TV shows. What are you fixing today? Okay, so it's primarily camera. Yesterday, after work, I did do a lot of work to fix the mantling. It feels really, really good now, and I can't wait for you guys to try it out with the new build. But I want to fix a couple of the camera issues. Primarily when you're crouching in like vent or small spaces like this, I either want to pull the camera in very much closer or go first person. I don't know which. Technically first person is already supported by the controller. I just don't know which is going to look good. Some game that I was playing, I don't remember which game, maybe you guys would, is third person like this. But when you go inside vents, it switches to first person camera. And it's pretty nice. It was like a game with stealth. Maybe an immersive sim of some kind. Yes. Yes. Yes, Metal Gear Solid. I really like what they did with it. That was it. Thank you for reminding me, because I forget everything. Ocarina of Time did it? Well, I remember Metal Gear Solid doing it, but I'm sure other games have done it too. You chin. You barely slept due to a storm? How bad was the storm? Lordy Lord. It's just a little playground for testing. Their jumps after second level after lift went up, they seem very doable but very hard for some reason to guys. One sec. You're gonna show me where. I had Kotzberg do something similar where he actually just missed the intended jump completely. Oh, he shared it in Discord? Okay, let me pull it up. Thank you for sharing this, by the way, especially the screenshots. I'm looking. Yeah, okay. So I'll explain exactly what's going on here. We don't have a jump crouch. Go back to the Redlock map. Will it work with real assets? Will surfaces have complex geometry? Rex and I are fully aware of the fact that we need to make this like a climbing wall. Where we have the background geometry and it probably needs to be relatively simple and not jutting out in a way that's going to confuse the mantling. Also, though, we can tell individual assets, runtime or not, to not be climbable. So we can have the geometry looking a bit complex there, either through tessellation or through normal maps or even through the geometry itself. And we can just tell the mantling to ignore completely, right? So that is one option, but I think that we need to go with a bit of a mix between like a climbing wall and that, where we have these specifically made rocks that are meant for platforming on that have geometry that is friendly towards the mantlings. But Rex and I are going to iterate on it a lot. If that makes sense. Okay, back to Ibax's problem. Yeah, let me show you. This is something that I want to fix, by the way. So what you're wanting to do will be doable. Just is not yet. I'll go exactly to the place that you're at. Okay, so the issue with this jump is that the player doesn't actually have enough room to stand up there. But of course, you might be saying, well, the player has enough room to crouch, right? This is where the issue is. We don't have a jump crouch. We don't test if the player's character can fit up there while crouched, only while standing. It's very annoying and doesn't work in the way that you'd expect. So I would add that to the list of things we need to improve. So when you're jumping, yeah, you just kind of need to test if you have enough space to mantle. So basically you can get up there, just jump to the right a bit. The fact that you couldn't even guess that was the problem is exactly why it's a problem. It doesn't work in the way that you would expect it. Meaning that we need to fix it. I don't think it'll be difficult to do though. And we can either do it today if we get done with other things we need to do, or add it to the list for this week. But I will make a new build today regardless, so that you can test out the new mantling, because it is really good. It's so much more predictable, and you have like predictable and just, it feels good. You don't have to worry about these like weird edge cases as much. But you're almost there. You're almost at the third area, and the third area shouldn't take you too long, and it's relatively safe. So, keep saying, what is mantling? Mantling is, it's like, you would think of it just as climbing. Honestly, there's probably a proper term. I don't know which one it is, but I just consider this like mantling, as opposed to climbing where it's like Nathan Drake style climbing. Kind of what I think of when I think climbing. If that makes sense. Let's pull this closer to the edge. We'll use this jump here for testing the new camera. I found that the camera stiffly moves. This is what we're doing today. That's why I'm setting up this little section here, so we can test not only the camera jump like that, but also camera against the wall, and then camera in enclosed spaces. The three areas where I think are the primary camera problems. But these are separate problems in my opinion, and I think require slightly different solutions. Okay, crouch and tunnel is one. We then have mantle, camera, well, let's just say mantle slash climb. Again, I don't know which one is which. Mantle slash climb, camera, not really jittery, like jumpy. Well, whatever. You know what I mean. And camera against wall. The one thing I want to try is crouching and tunnel. That should be very easy, because while crouching we can just determine if there's something above the player's head. So check if something is above the player's head while crouching. True. Then pull camera into first person mode. When false, then pull camera back out to third person. I imagine that should be doable. Like, we have the first person support. I don't know if the animations look very good in it though. Controller's not a purchased asset. This is a free asset. And like all free assets, it certainly has its problems. Where do we set it? Oh, you know what? I think I have to change it in multiple places or something. I forget where though. Where's the camera? I don't see it. Oh, it's annoying. Technically, there should be an input for it. I might have unhooked it though. Just view mode. Hey, did I force it? I'm so confused. Oh, you know what? I think it's targeting the gameplay camera that I removed, which is probably why it isn't working. We might need to bring that back. Yeah, it might be. Shit. Probably shouldn't have removed that. I don't remember what I had to remove to force that though. All I know is I brought back the spring arm and the follow camera. Shit. Gameplay camera system is experimental. Wonderful. That's great. I love using experimental plugins in Unreal Engine. They've never had any sort of problems or bugs. Control C, this might be a little bit further back than that. I removed it like over a month ago. General purpose system that contains one or more camera rigs along with behaviors and transitions inside a data asset. The asset can then be triggered or ingested by a blueprint actor or a blueprint component to drive the camera behavior during gameplay. Okay. Camera asset, blueprint camera director. Rigs. Toolbox. Interesting. Fuck. Camera occlusion? Occlusion transparency material. Oh, for occluding things that it's... I see. Grading the camera transition.
Daddy.
45 stream streak trials. Jesus Christ. Yeah, we could set this up. We could set this up. We could set this up. Is it at least switching between the enums correctly? That's kind of super important to me. I don't want bugs in our state. Hit view mode. Printo. In string. There we go. Maybe a controller. Ugh. I do have the ALS player camera in here. Was this the right one? Player camera manager. I don't really remember how it was set up initially. Holy shit. I was kind of angry and I went in and I just axed camera setup they had initially. I needed to do that for the immersive sim for a very specific reason. I mean, I probably could have gotten it working without doing that. Do I still have the ALS project set up? I do. I don't know if I make any references to the spring arm or to the camera. No, so I could delete them. I do here. I get the forward vector from the camera. Or interaction. I can do that a different way though. How are you guys doing today? Oh. Anyone else watch the new Night of the Seven Kingdoms show? I don't know if any of you guys read the books. Look at this. Let's check out their character. Okay, so the camera system is not here. Is it in the base character? It is not. It is... How is it even set up? Using ALS camera BPI. It may be in the... like the controller? You say you finished Winds of Winter now. Nope. Funny joke. I think I did delete this. Let me check. We use our own controller, so I either did copy it over or I didn't. I did copy it. And we do still have the BPI in there. Okay. How does this... Aha, player camera manager. We don't have this like auto manage active camera target. I wonder if it's because we're missing the, or potentially missing the plugin. No, we do have it enabled. Yeah, that's not gonna work for right now, but I just wanna... get that working. Okay, at least we have their camera system back. Certain aspects of it are better, but it also has its own problems, if you ask me. And I don't think anybody wants to play a platformer like this where the control isn't centered on the character. I don't mind it switching to the shoulder for like sections like this, right? Like, I think that's great. Oh, okay. There's supposed to be some asset here that controls this. I don't know where it is. We have the camera manager, but it said it was run through like a data table. Blueprint camera director. It's in gameplay. I do see it. Camera asset. Okay, can we filter by it? Maybe? It doesn't use one. Any reason I picked Unreal? It's a very good engine, and I've been using it for over 10 years. It's very capable. Hard to master. Very capable. If you ask me, it's kind of impossible to master. For a single individual. Thank you for spilling a drop in my pants. So it's like they're managing all of the camera through this There's this camera manager asset. But the camera system is supposed to be using this. Hmm. I like the transitions. The F interps. So we'll try reading what they did. Where did they like assign this? Oh, you add the gameplay camera. And then you can set camera rig parameters to the named types that you make. Okay, that's pretty easy. With it looks like custom input based on the rig that you select. Yeah, it's not bad. It's actually not bad. I'm a grumpy old man sometimes when it comes to like new stuff that gets added to Unreal, but this is actually pretty well made. And I think it's better than this. Better than that for sure. We'll try doing it. We can probably get away with a single camera director, but I don't see any reason why we shouldn't have it instantiated. Instanced. We'll just do it this way. Jake's fist in the air. Okay, to be fair, in my defense, some of the new stuff they add is really, really obfuscated and dumb and over-engineered to the point that it absolutely bloats and slows down a system. And everybody and their mother who's learning Unreal or thinks that they know how to use this engine will tell you that you need to use it. And I always snap back. So how come games were made before this technology came out? How was it done? Before gas was a thing, how did people make games? Oh my god. Mass Effect 2. Portal 2, some of the greatest games ever made. They were made without gas. So, I don't know. I'm hesitant to adopt new things that are obfuscated or experimental just because I need proof that they are for sure better. And there are some cases that I think that they're not better, or they're better for some reasons, but worse for others. If I'm making a game that needs to have a more complex camera, sure, I will use this. Even if it adds a little bit of overhead, our game is a platformer. I think that getting cameras and transitions between those is it is important. Predator, I originally created my own ability system because I thought gas was overkill for my situation. After dealing with that system for months, I decided to convert everything over to gas. And kicking myself for even bothering to write my own system. Waste a lot of time not just adopting gas from the start. Gas does some things well, but it is very bloated. It has a lot. It adds a lot of depth to the stack, and I don't know. I think it's overkill for a lot of things. The benefit of gas is that it's all replicated. That's one of the biggest benefits. So, like, if you're working on like a game like, you know, like a League of Legends type game, gas is great because it's replicated, it's consistent, it's there. But if you just need a system where you deal damage and manage the player's health, like in some super simple way like we're gonna have, gas is super overkill. My main issue with gas though is that it's really annoying, and you have to create like a billion different assets and fill out all these stupid things in order to have something as simple as health. And you have to do it, or gas will not work. So it's like this really annoying thing that you have to set up, which in some games cases, in my opinion, this is so fucking overkill for, and you'll just waste a lot of time scratching your head trying to fix little things for it. But you can absolutely tell where there are some games where this would be great for. Yeah, and you know, the benefit of making your own system is that you know your own system. The downside of gas is that it has its quirks and you don't know how it works unless you dig into the source code. So it's not that I think it's bad, it's just that I do think it's really, really bloated. How you doing, Red and Hippos? Okay, let's open this bitch up. What do we got here? We have 4 things. An evaluator class. I don't have an evaluator class. I think I need to make an evaluator class. Or I made the wrong asset type. Hold on. We still need an evaluator class. Okay, can I make an evaluator class? Guess it's where we can like run some extra code, something. Yeah, something like that. Okay, we need a camera rig or a proxy. Hey Serial, are you going to GDC this year? No, I won't be able to make it to GDC this year. Are you going? It just says I can go directly into the rig, but I can't. Do they have to be separate assets? Oh, never mind, it's in here. In shared transitions. Or maybe not. Camera rig. We'll start with third person, actually. how do we add a... How do we add a rig to this? Camera rig proxy redirect? Is this... You're going first time? Ooh, that sounds cool. You guys got a game that you're showing off, or are you going for like promoting a service? You know what? Maybe it's because I didn't choose like single camera director. You gotta love Unreal documentation. It's already outdated. What if I make one that's just single? Yeah, see, that has a single camera rig. Patching together a tiny MVP. Oh, cool. You have a Steam page up yet? Or is it, will this be the first time you're showing it off in the industry? Are you looking for, like, funding? On the horizon, okay. That's pretty exciting, then. I wonder what a camera rig proxy is. You want to make connections? You'll need marketing help. Interesting. That's a pretty expensive place to go. But I hope you have fun. I've been to GDC twice. I'd like to go back, maybe. I wish they held it in a different city, though. That's my only complaint. I don't know what a camera rig proxy is. I don't know if we need it. It does warn me, camera director isn't using any camera rigs or proxies. Yeah, it's in San Francisco, of all places. Like, one of the most expensive, shittiest places that you could have something like that. I kind of wish they'd hold it down in like Texas or something. This is useful for indicating that a camera rig should be activated in a camera director, but without hard referencing a particular camera rig. This way the camera director can be used by multiple cameras with their own camera rig. It's also an asset that represents a collection of camera variables. Yeah, I take it back, this is already... Do I need one of these? Do I need multiple? I have no fucking clue. Implement your camera director logic starting from here. Call activate camera rig at least once to declare which camera rigs should be active this frame. Okay, it's at least green. Green is good. Green means go. Root node. Oh my god. You see what I mean by things that are just like a little over-engineered? What was wrong with the camera boom? We have a toolbox. Let's make the third person first. A sequence we need it so we can make a boom arm. We have an input binding, axis binding 2D, boom offset. Oh, it's already hooked up to enhanced input. What game am I working on? Type in exclamation point game. No, we need like a camera boom for third person. We need an arm. Interesting. So we could connect this up to the scroll wheel. Although it said it was connected to the look. Kind of just tells you what to do and not why you're doing it.
Mr. President, wake up.
This must be to move the boom arm around. Okay. What's up, Hilden? It says we need to have min minus 80 max 10 clamp min max. Okay. And the Y. A couple more years until Unreal 6.9. I'm not looking forward to Unreal 6. I'm gonna be honest. Nothing they've said about it has made me look forward to it. Okay, so we can have a camera rig parameter, which will expose that. I see, and we have it here. We can't give it a default value though. Or I'm sure we can, I just don't know where. A blendable parameter. Okay. Who made this? Who made this tutorial and purposefully made spaghetti in the most annoying way possible? Kill me. Getting cameras to behave nicely in tight spaces or around obstacles seems to be something a lot of games get wrong. Well, I'm going to try my best at it. I'm not a 3Cs designer, but I have to be right now. And I've never worked with this system before. Dampen position. We have some floats. We cannot do redirectors in this graph editor. Beautiful. Of course we can't. 69 fake frames. Hey, if they said Unreal 6.0, we have dramatically improved. Although, to be fair, I think NVIDIA with DLSS 4.5 has dramatically improved motion vectors. I haven't tested out DLSS 4.5 yet. I mean, should we make this a parameter? Forward damping factor 5. And then an occlusion material. Is this a good bit now? Performance mode at 4K is at least as good as quality mode. I think people were expecting DLSS 4.5 to have increased performance, but really when they told me on the video, hey, we've improved motion vectors, I'm like, okay, we probably have a slight performance cost. But for the quality that they showed, at least in like that Oblivion small bit with rotating around, and the ghosting is almost entirely gone. Wow. Wow. Like, that's a game changer for temporal aliasing, and it was the game changer that it needed. Illusion transparency material. We need to make one. I mean, I don't know if I want to. Occlude behind. I guess we could. Performs better than quality mode with 4.0. What about like 4.5 on quality? Because those are different. Like, obviously performance mode is gonna be improved because it's running at a lower internal resolution. But I'm curious about like how it handles at the same internal resolution. .5 quality versus 4.0 quality performance worse, much as 20%. Okay. Interesting. I don't think that's that bad. I mean, I was expecting a cost related to improving the temporal motion vectors. Game changer monitor. They got AI to detect and highlight enemies and to make screen faster visible after flashbang. That's crazy. I'll have to try it out. I'm very curious about it. I'm primarily curious about motion vectors. And, you know, maybe NVIDIA can work with Epic to bring some of that motion vector improvement to Unreal by default. Though Threat Interactive can shut his fucking yap. Ooh. I mean, can we just get that to work? How do we assign that to the character? Add the gameplay camera. Okay. Will the default just set this? Is that the right input that we're using? I don't know which one we're using. It could be this one, actually. Ooh, it might be the mouse look. It might be the mouse look. How would that not be? That's all from the Immersive Sim toolkit. What if I force the offset? Because maybe the third person needs that boom offset because right now it's just 0. Yeah, and they were specifically telling it. Maybe it was not moving. Fuck. It'd be negative? I mean, the boom length is there, it's just not It's not moving the boom with the... Oh, it is. It's just very slow. Did they have to add a multiplier? They did minus 550. I missed that. I was speeding through it. As well modify that later. I don't see where the modification is happening though. There's a couple reasons I don't like this right now. Not the least of which that is that it breaks the CMC's orient player to their look location, the rotation. I guess I could fix that though. I mean, this works for them because they don't have orient rotation to movement. Fucking hell. Oh, you finished the demo, Ibex. Nice, how did you like it? Well, apart from dying all the time, right? I mean, because this is detached from the player, I think I would have to grab information from this to hook into the into the CMC. Is it that hard, huh? Do I want to fuck around with this or just fix their camera manager? I think we all know the answer to that. I think we all know the answer to that. Oh, these are weird stopping of character when you cannot run sprint like some invisible obstacles there. You mean the mud on the ground? No, I can't riding hippos. It's gonna be a lot more shit that I have to do to fix that. I don't think it's worth messing around with that right now. What? Hidden shaft in level 3 may be too hard to find. Yeah, it's not intended to be that hard. But start of level 3. Where's the start? Oh fuck, hold on. Hold on. I gotta revert that. Where's the oh, it was in the controller, wasn't it? I remember now. We're gonna fix this one. When you enter big room and walk to right near towers. Okay. My look around input is no longer working. Now it is. I feel it. I see nothing. I don't see anything blocking the player. You don't mean this, do you? That I'm standing on right now, right? Which is intended to be mud. Yeah, this is mud. Not poop. This one you can eat. Poop you should not. Why does this feel louder than usual? Yeah, it's just, it's not very obvious right now with without materials. It'll be easier to see when we have proper materials for it. Feels louder than usual. Okay, I'm gonna fix this. I'm gonna fix this camera. Just gotta do it. First thing I want to do is not have this over the shoulder bullshit. But it looks like we only really have like right shoulder or left shoulder. How about no shoulder? Where's it even handled? Would it all go into the camera manager? Where's it being handled? They have their pivot. They have sockets on the mesh itself. No way, right? Or utility. Date changes. The view mode, we've overridden that. But it looks like it handles everything regarding the camera here. So confusing. Third person pivot target green sphere. What the fuck? I don't see any green sphere. Curves in the animants. On the animation blueprint? Curve. Probably a float curve, right? I mean, it could be a vector curve. I suppose. Camera blend curves. Okay. I don't like how all over the place this goes. I don't like it. Either hold C for the camera perspective. Very aggressive though, isn't it? Didn't know we had roll. There's no use for the roll. Like the roll doesn't change anything about like the player's collision, so I disable the roll. Like it looks cool, but it doesn't do anything. I can just center their camera, but then switch to like an over the shoulder. I think we would be golden. If I can control its position directly, I could. Or I guess its target location. We could lerp it based on the boom length. That would be an easy way to handle it. Where is this BPI set view mode? Runs on view change. Which updates an enum. You know, it's possible that the camera is reading this value on tick. That would make sense why it has no direct function calls. Okay. Let's see. I'm just trying to figure out where it all connects to. Okay, we have a BPI for getting the current states. Where are we using that? Movement action. Stance. Movement state. That's for debug. Interesting. So it's handling the camera through the animations. Huh. It's for gate and stance. God, did this just like this just goes everywhere to handle a fucking camera? All I want to do is move where the default third person is like located. I don't even know where to look. I haven't even found it yet. I haven't even found where the root of this camera is supposed to be located. It says something about a green ball. There's a boom root and boom end. This is so confusing. No, I don't like to use AI to check things like that. Like, how am I supposed to get angry if I don't look at things and get angry? What's the point of life then? I mean, this is just setting some local variables for stuff. You have the shoulder swap. The pose blend. I mean, that's just switching the camera offset between 1 and -1. What if I set it to 0.5? Or I guess it would just be 0 for the middle, wouldn't it? There's no way that puts it in the center. Oh, it does. Not the right way to do it, but you know what? It's gonna work. It is gonna work. one thing down. Where's that centered on the player? Is that like on the butt again? Like before? No, that is on the shoulder. But it's only when it's close. Is that not exactly what we wanted? It's centered on the player's head as opposed to the player's butt. I think you're looking at have to have some specific node. We allowed us to search stuff like that? Well, I don't actually know what I'm looking for here. I've never seen a camera manager being run through the animation system. I don't think it's a dumb way to do it. It's just a little unconventional. It requires a lot of like it requires a lot of communication between things that you shouldn't, I think, normally be communicating so heavily against in ways that I wouldn't really recommend. Maybe I'm wrong. The camera's smoother, but the player mantling is not. There's still some of that jitteriness with the animation itself. I mean, I did see mention of the head bone. Where did I see that, though? See, I wonder if I move this to somewhere else on the mesh. It's on the torso. I'd have to pull up the skeleton to see. We could always make a fake route too if we wanted to move something. I don't know how to feel about it. Like being lowered down, it feels a bit more intimate with the level. I don't hate it. I could probably adjust some blend times to make the camera a bit faster instead of lagging behind so much. The speed. Yeah, Schedule 1's music is great. Such a good soundtrack. I'm impatiently awaiting more music from it. How does this compare to what we have right now? I mean, it feels way closer than the camera boom we had. I do want to pull it back out. I want to pull it back out more. I need to find out wherever they're setting the length. And I think centering it up a bit. I just need to figure out which bone. That is our torso, isn't it? My head. Neck 01. It's a nice height. I do like the automatic switch to the over the shoulder when your back is against the wall. That's something that I wanted and that we don't need to do now. But I do want to pull the boom out a little bit. It's fine when you're running. There's also some shake in there, it looks like. I'm not sure how to feel about that. I'd have to play around with it. We'd have to do a full level run with this to see how it feels. Okay. Where's the boom? Where's the boom? Anything length? I don't see length mentioned. Camera manager. Stuff. There is some controllable things, but axis independent leg. There's curve speeds, or there's curves for leg on the XYZ. Pivot location. There's pivot offsets on curves too. Okay, so is it handling those through curves? These aren't the names of them. Maybe it's a local curve. Oops. Not this one. Let's look everywhere. Camera offset underscore X. That's the get. Maybe we'll get like a 3Cs designer to help us out for a couple weeks. Somebody who knows what they're doing. Specializes in this. It's not even mentioned anywhere. About a 2C specialist. I suck at 3Cs. If there's two things that I suck at with design, it would be 3Cs and then UX. Those are my big weaknesses. But author this, maybe. It's nice looking at it. It's just, you know, it means that I'm kind of bashing my brain against a wall. But I find that I tend to learn more doing this. Even if what I learn is, you know, like the wrong way to do something, or just where something is located. Or the technical issues too. Like, you know, if we find out that we need to have our own custom camera manager because we dive into this and try to change it, that is a win. You know, we're in pre-production, so that's the perfect time to figure that shit out. Man, I can't find the... What specifically controls... how far that camera is from the player. It defies all logic because it's run through this animation system. It's hard-coded, -320. And we confirm this. It's ragdoll, never mind. But there is a camera offset X. Ragdoll. I see camera offset Y here. Camera offset. -325. Pivot offset. I'm thinking that based on walking or running, since this is gait. Okay, I think we're in the right place somewhat. It's not adjusting the distance. It just kind of looks like that because of the running. But you can see there's lag on rotation, which is this here. And then there's an offset to the Z. So it looks like it might go up or down based on gait. It goes down. See that? You give the feeling that you're increasing your run speed. I don't really like that for this kind of game though. Hidden Forest. Yeah, Blender export to Unreal correctly with meter. Works finally with 4.5.3. Broke since 2.7. Jesus. Been broken for a while then. How are we testing which gate value this is? How are we switching between this? I don't see like a check. Is it in the curve maybe? Not a custom curve. Pivot offset on the Z. Would lower be... Well, we can increase it. We'll figure out which one is which. Okay, 500. Didn't set it to 500. It doesn't look like it's doing shit. I do feel it going up and down though. Let me watch this. It's not even hitting this. We can see gait moving between running and walking and sprinting, but it doesn't hit this. This velocity direction. That's something else? Am I mistaking this for something else? Oh, because I force us into the aiming mode. That's right. That's right. I forced us into this mode. I'm looking in the right place. Well, I was looking in the wrong place, but the right kind of place. You do an IK animation? Shit, man, I need you on my team. Okay. Either gonna look silly from the start or silly when we... Okay, it looks silly from the start. Now I understand. Okay, so this is the animation pose for high up. We want this to stay that high, so we'll set this to 50. Now the camera won't move down when we start sprinting. It feels like it does. You know what? It's because it's based on the neck. I wonder if that 30 was meant to... I'm gonna go in the other direction. Oh, I see. I don't know what the bottom state is. I see. We need to just be modifying the top 3. Camera offset Z. I think, yeah, sprinting pose, camera offset Z. We're lowering the camera. Either that or because it's centered on the neck. You know what, let's set it to the same. Let's set it to 35. We'll adjust the leg afterwards. Yeah, that feels better. It's not like lowering when the player sprints anymore. And then we can modify the offset. So let's try minus 300 on this. That'll pull the boom out. That should feel a bit closer to what we currently have. We can test it though. I can always check what the boom arm length was if we want. It was 400. We swapped controller? No, we swapped camera. Player controller's the same though. Hold on. It is open, right? For open level, yeah. Is that not the right level name? It is, it just wouldn't open. Okay, hold on, I'll just move over to that level. That's a big difference. big difference. There was a benefit to having the camera snapped on the player's butt, but I don't mind it snapping onto the player's neck. I do think we could pull the camera out a bit more though. Maybe that's crazy. The lighting there was primarily due to the white stuff behind me was hitting my back and causing some lumen stuff to go on. Just lumen from these bouncing off. I think it's worth trying this. Maybe even as it is. It's gonna feel different. Well, it's not gonna feel different to play, but it's going to look different to play. I think we need to just make some micro adjustments. Where's the first jump that we have to make where our... Oh, it's up here, actually, where our, like, back is against the wall. Yeah, narrow spaces I have to fix still. Narrow spaces I have to fix, but they're... I can check back up against the wall. I'm... Retarded, hold on. Turns out pressing space is a good thing. Oh. It's just different. It's different. Sometimes it can get stuck in the geometry. You at least shouldn't get any more butt views. Yeah, because like you'll have this. This will be the new view when like jumping in a place like this. Which I think is loads better. Rip. If I add a trace to my camera, in what way? We have a lot of traces. Yeah, there should be a trace. I didn't add it. The person who made the camera manager added it. It doesn't seem as reliable as a spring arm though. It's not bad, but it definitely does not feel as reliable as a spring arm. How did the strafing feel like this too in with the spring arm? What did the strafing feel here? Yeah, spring arm has built-in trace and it's really nice. I do like the spring arm. It's a bit snappy, but it is reliable. Yeah, see this? There was no lag. I'm gonna get rid of the lag next. I just prefer the behavior of following the player directly for a precision platformer. If you have the lag, I think that it creates this additional challenge with having to learn the lag of the camera. And it largely just feels like it's there for immersion purposes, but not there for making it feel better. This is the old movement model, by the way. We've improved this. Yeah, I want to get rid of this lag. We should just be able to zero out all of these numbers, I imagine, right? But it's lag speed. Not amount of lag. We do want 0, but we just want... I think we can solve it too just by not having any lag at all. And that is handled somewhere else. Like my suspicions told me. As you can see, once the lag hits, it does snap and it stays like we want. Just set this back to default. Now where is the lag handled? There's lag speeds. What's causing the lag? That's a good question. It is intentional. But I don't want it. I don't know where. It could be like the pivot targets or offset. I have to do it. Almost feels worse than before. It does say add in the offsets. You just override that. Oh. I mean... That's not the leg. This is the trace, by the way. I'll take a look at that. Leg first, though. There it was. No more weird leg. It'll take some getting used to. But I can definitely say it just feels responsive. Like it feels smooth in the sense that the inputs that I'm giving to it are the inputs that I'm seeing from it. Which I think is a very important aspect to a precision platformer. Looks good. That's good to hear. The camera definitely is different from what we had before, but I don't think it's worse. I've just gotten so used to playing with that camera that, you know, I'm used to it. I have a little bit of bias against this new thing. I missed. Oh. I didn't make those unclimbable. Okay. Worry about that later. How's it going, Andre? Our newest sub. For helping me with yesterday's problem. Always appreciate it. Okay, I am allowed 1 almond for my efforts. I do this to keep my magnesium up. And for the vitamin E. Farm raptor bugs. It looks good. I kind of want to get rid of the it feels like there's some camera shake. There's definitely camera shake. I don't know what that is though. What's creating that? Have you ever seen this, Andre? It's a camera system driven by an animation blueprint. And no, I didn't make it. I'm too dumb to make something like that. It's not the new system. I tried the new system, and the new system is still very experimental. Let me put it that way. But the ALS character controller uses an animation blueprint to drive its camera. I have never seen that before. I mean, I'm sure it's more common than I think, because I haven't really paid attention. I wouldn't say the result is bad, but it is very, it's like there's so many steps and obfuscations to things because it has to communicate with animations. It's weird. I don't know. Yeah, we need to fix this. We either need to pull the boom in when the player is crouching and something is above the player's head, which should be pretty easy to do. Or we just go first person, but I'm unsure which one we want to do for that. I can definitely say though, this... However it's tracing for geometry feels way less robust than a spring arm. Character transparent. I don't want to make the character transparent since the player needs to know where they are in order to like land and shit like that. Parts of the camera feel better. I missed. I fucked up. Okay, we can find the shake. I mean, maybe it's just related to the fact that the player's neck is going left and right as they move. Hey, Bake, camera's hard to get right. I don't think I'm succeeding, but we'll see. Opacity. Well, let's try moving the camera in to either be over the shoulder like you would see here, or just going first person entirely like Metal Gear Solid does it. I think the camera is just bobbing like that because of the neck movement. Because that's where we're centering the camera. I don't hate it. It is very subtle. I don't hate it. I just hate quaterni. I could pull. I mean, we already have the boolean for something being above the player's head. Let me debug it, see if it's working as it should. Should be, though. One thing at a time. No, it's not being checked anymore. That was part of our old system. Or maybe we're still doing the check, but I'm not updating the boolean because we didn't need the boolean for anything. That might be the case. Yeah, because we unhooked the tick. Wait, did we? No. I know we're not using the boolean anymore, so it's possible that I just didn't fix a bug with it. We're still running the check. Is that one crouched? Have you tried the collarbone or clavicle? Those are only on the right and left sides. And I want to keep the player centered. Okay, move that up a little bit. Something is exiting out early. I mean, it is working the way it's intended, but because I don't use this, I didn't really check if it was still working anymore. And it's probably because of either the... Actually, I don't know. I can see where it's exiting it out. Yeah, we're not even getting down to do this something above head check. Because we're exiting out because that second trace is failing. I could let that one run. We don't have to exit out there. It's exiting here, which means it's not letting the above head check run. We're only running that for mantling check. Maybe I should move that out, especially since we're not using it anymore. Or maybe we are still using it. I should probably just run a separate check when we're crouching. It would be the safest, and then I wouldn't be using a trace that's supposed to be used for something else anyway. We'll leave that the way it is. Okay, let me double check that this is not used anywhere. No. So we will repurpose this Boolean. Check above head while crouching. It stands. We can either gate into that while... Well, we'll just refactor it. We need to refactor all this anyway. I don't think the mantle check uses that at all. No, we still do the check, but we don't do the... Maybe that's a different one. I don't know. I forget. Okay, we can just check directly above the player. We can just get the world up vector. Let's multiply. It shouldn't have to be very far. We'll try 30 and see what that looks like. Alright, let's do that for now. We'll do stance changed. We shouldn't do it this way, but it's fine. We can reset it here too, for extra security. And we can print that. Alright, let's go see. I'm going to... Hold on, before we go any further. Don't draw these. Do draw this one though. Okay, beautiful. Don't see a bean drawn. It is not big enough. That's probably big enough. That's probably big enough. I think we're good. True, true, true. True, true, true. It would pull it in here too. We could lower it a little bit so that it doesn't pull in. Like, you know, here we wouldn't want to pull it in. Probably here we wouldn't want to. We'll try 100. We'll try 100. Okay. What do we want to do with that now? We could either directly switch the player's view to first person. We could bake into the BPI information about the players. Like if something is over the player's head. We do have the controlled pawn. I even do selects here. I can do selects. Now we'll bake it into the BPI. BPI get current states. Okay. Put BPI ahead of it, but I'll just follow their nomenclature for the moment. BPI get crouching info. Above head. There we go. Okay, where did they implement the BPI checks? Would it have been in the base character? Yes. What's BPI stand for? That's Blueprint Interface. It's a very cheap and scalable way to communicate between blueprints without having to get hard references. It's one way of doing it. Sometimes hard references are okay. Other times you might want to avoid them. In character info. Okay. Okay, plug in something above head. We should be good to go. Then we can pull it into the ALS here. Get controlled pawn. Crouching info. There we go, we have that in here now. I hate this, by the way. God, it ruffles my feathers. If you can help it, do not willingly create spaghetti in your blueprints. You have infinite space. Use it. Lordy Lord. Where does it modify for the length? We gotta be the target camera location. Do we lerp between that somewhere? We do lerp transform. Where do we want to override this? Theoretically, I could override it here too. Let me print something here. I want to print this distance. Hold on. Gotta get rid of another print. We know that's working. What's printing false right now? Oh, this. Provides information. Shut up. I don't like that though. I don't know. I can simulate what it would look like. the way it's handling the... I don't know how I feel about that. Handling it here would not be the right way to do it. What's the preview instance? I'm looking at the wrong debug. There we go. Oh, so that's, yeah, that's for the crouching. Hmm. What's the unit it's using? Sometimes it's centimeters, sometimes it's decameters. Wait, which one's 10? Decimeters or decameters? Decimeters. Decimeter. Not deca. Decimeters. Deca is 10 meters. Deci is 1/10 of a meter. Using shit. I don't think it actually applies an offset on the Y, the Z. Okay, Z it definitely does. Z it definitely does. Y does not, it does not feel like it does. And I'm wondering if it's because I nullified the... Where was it? Yeah, but that was only in first person. What was here? Camera manager does not know / use mesh of character. It might use bones. But it more just like grabs references. I've just never seen a camera manager run through the through an animation blueprint before. It really doesn't seem like a bad way of doing things, but it is just something I haven't seen. What if I set this back to what it was? Okay, then that worked. It is backwards though. Then the offset works. So maybe I should just maybe move the bones. Maybe that would be smarter. I'm making just an over-the-shoulder view, but one that's really close. There is already a first person. It's switching between these. Can I find references to that? EP camera trace. Uh-huh. See? That's only for the trace though. How is that actually pulling into the... Is it not using those? And that. The sphere trace. There's no other references to that bone. It could be the pivot target though. I don't know what this orange and green sphere are. I'm thinking it's something with the debug. Can't like see them, right? Draw debug shapes. Velocity, movement, target rotation, aiming rotation, capsule. No. where are these debug green and orange? I don't see them. I don't see them at all. Well, assuming we want to keep that on 1 and -1, I just need to tell the... It's just the blend. But it's still pulling... It'd still be pulling info from here. I don't see where the shoulder swap actually occurs. Did I unhook the shoulder swap? It still here's. Okay, I wanna follow this. I wanna follow exactly what's going on with it. It's not used. That's the BPI. Blend based on the active value. Uses the curve. Blend between the poses, pulling a cached pose from the main camera state. Kind of indicates that there should be something in here, right? Really see anything. Get back to here, which this is where it pulls it. So I'm wondering if we're locking onto that trace origin. Like, I guess that could make sense. That's being called, and the moment we switch, then switches that, means that the use cases of this, primarily in here, are going to be modifying the target camera location based on those two. Hey, some game dev. How you going? How are things? Sorry, I had my my game over on the other monitor while I was trying to debug this. So indeed, moving the bones would move the target location, which I think means because we don't want to switch shoulder, or at least we don't want to for now. I could just pull those two in and set them to the same could set them to the same relative location as this. And in this way, if we nullify the offsets by default, then we can have the a custom offset for the crouching. Okay, so where's the default? Where's the default offset? That would be the Y. Now we're centered. Always on the neck. We want different Y offsets on there based on whether or not the player is actively crouching. Crouching and something is above the player. So we had this offset of 70 already. How was it doing that before based on the trace line? Let me revert that. Weird though. Oh, it didn't reset though. That's weird. I don't know how far it was over. Yeah, and then we go into the... Okay, okay. I'm fixing it. Hey, what's it? How's it going? Happy Tuesday. Any of you guys watch the Night of the Seven Kingdoms episode? Am I the only one? I wish that offset worked on the... That's kind of annoying. I'm gonna make these equal to each other. Try that. Only problem is gonna be that fucking trick. Really annoying. Oh, I wish we had the boom arm. I wonder if I could feed information to the... from the boom arm to the target location. Like, still implement the boom arm, but we don't use it for... handling the camera. We just use it to tell, like, location. So maybe that would be dumb. Ugh. Is there any aspect of game development that's harder than it should be? Every aspect of game dev. I would say every aspect of game dev has its own challenges. And people who haven't tried to do somebody else's job often think that other people's job is easy. But once you realize that, I think you gain a newfound respect for everybody else's job. And I think that's a positive thing for, like, just maturity and empathy. I do like that camera view. Like, if we didn't have the weird trace problems like you see here, I think that would be great. We'll need to trace the camera and see what's actually happening. Feature wall looking. It doesn't feel like it's correcting itself enough for when it hits a wall. Like, it is hitting the wall, it is doing the check. How you doing, Denick? The issue is just with this custom camera controller. They're doing a sphere trace, and I don't think that it is correcting location. We could grab the hit normal and just poop out of that normal like 3 units and it should be enough. Yeah, the ALS controller is using a custom sphere trace. You know, it's not using like a spring arm. But I feel like the spring arm provides better trace checks than this custom sphere trace. So I just need to modify the sphere trace. Trace is simple. I think. I'll double check. But it's not doing any adjustment. And so that's why it's pretty much, I think it's pretty much hitting directly on which version am I using? The one before they moved to mover. They're really tiny. It is kind of adjusting for hitting the wall, but sometimes it doesn't work. There. Let me make those bigger. We can actually see them. There. Okay, so it doesn't look like it's actually placing any of those points in the wall explicitly. But it's still doing it. Say modern game development tools like Unreal's made development more accessible? Yes. But accessibility is not always a good thing. So often, if something becomes easier, it just raises the minimum bar for expectation for a lot of people. So the simpler games, unless they are really fun, are less likely to be successful than they used to be. And same thing with like AI tools. Like AI tools do not displace talented people in our industry. They displace juniors. Which will not be a good thing. If we have no juniors to replace the seniors, then ooh. RIP Studios. I mean, new ones will always come, right? But I hesitate to think that people investing so heavily into AI tools as game developers are going to win the long game. Hey, Mirlu. What do you mean CEO can just prompt out the issues? I can tell you stories about that. It could be that the trace is generally fine, but maybe we just need to move it out a bit more. Could we just make the radius larger? Where's it grabbing that radius? It could be the simplest solution. Maybe it's being overridden here. Oh, for the mantle system though. Get trace parameters. Is there a set trace parameters for that? Trace rate. Uh-huh, 15. Hard-coded. Fantasy creature idea client who knows what they want. That looks so bad. Well, that's weird. Debug typo. Nice. It's Japanese. Yeah, there's definitely an issue here. What channel is this using? Should be using visibility, right? Or is it using camera? Yep. Lost my... Using camera tray. Trace origin and target camera look. I can try it. I can try it. Doesn't hurt. Yeah, same issue. I mean, it's just a primitive, so the geometry would be the same. Very similar. I think it's because the socket is already in the wall. I wonder if it's the radius. I wonder if we bring the radius down to just... Why isn't it just a line trace in the first place? Isn't that kind of weird? Let me try a line. I know why it's a sphere trace. I know why it's a sphere trace. It captures edges better that way. Increasing the radius wouldn't actually benefit us here. Lowering it could. But I don't think that's the main source of the problem. It's just the FOV. I mean, it's just still too close. What's the math they're using here? Location minus tracing. Plus the target camera location. Yeah, it's the clipping. It is moving it away from the wall, but it's not moving it away enough. Yeah, because I reduced the radius of the trace. Which makes it a little bit more accurate, but also it might be a bit more jumpy. I think it is clipping. I think it's clipping because it's still, I mean, you could be right, but I think it's still ending up close to the wall. It's still too close. Because it's literally just spawning it right on the edge here. And we need to move it off of that. So I'm wondering, is there an elegant solution to this? Probably. I'm thinking we can go a bit further, because this isn't... If we have our origin and end... There's a few ways I can do this. I'm trying to see if there's something that's more like built in. A few ways I can do this. Let me just see if I can get something that will work using an optimal way. gonna look messy right now. Bear with me. Oh, fuck. Love it. No, I can fix the wall looking. I can fix the wall looking. Well, shouldn't matter because we're just gonna hit something. Oh no, you're right. We need to do the between the expected location. Yeah. That's not moving it out. I hooked it up into the wrong place, didn't I? Oh my god, I need to, oh, okay, I need space. I need space. I'm just making testing spaghetti. Not helping at all. Oh, fuck, I fucked up. Hold. It's fine to get the forward vector from there. Fine to get the forward vector from there. Distance from... There are 2 intended endpoints. Looks right to me. Oh, because we're not adding it. I think I had it hooked up to the right place in the first part. But then we need to add that back into... That was right. Oh, oops. You know, we'll just add it again. I'm not gonna make loop spaghetti. No loop spaghetti. Vector times 10. You subtract. We're getting the same thing that they are, but just subtracting 10 along their line and adding it to the original location. But why are we not? Oops, sorry about that. Why don't we just do that in the first place? Well, no, because we want it to penetrate. We do need it to hit first. And then we'll know. I have tunnel vision right now. Wonderful. Wonderful, wonderful. I think I could simplify this. I could simplify this. I actually probably could just use the location and trace end. And get the forward vector between these two. And then fire in that direction.
Mr. President, wake up.
Thanks, Joe. We still need the minus in
You
there,
can't
though.
spell Micro Raptor games without gay, and boy, let me tell you, you are gay.
Probably fucked it up. Draw debug point. You know what, we'll draw for the same duration. Just they disappear at the same time. Okay, I know what the issue is. Looking straight on, it's fine, but because we're firing the forward vector from the end location, that's the issue. We need to fire it from... There's a couple ways I could do it. We could either fire from the hit location. I might use the impact normal. I wonder if that could get really jittery though on complex surfaces. Don't worry about that. It is better. I do really worry about how that would look on, or how that would work on complex geometry though. Let's go see. Still have clipping. Maybe it's just me, but I really feel like the spring arm does a much better job in these enclosed spaces. I'm tempted to just put one of those on the player and just have it, just use it for the position. Because that's still bad. Even though it should be popping out, I wonder if it's hitting the player. Not impossible. Probably would ignore self does, but I've always just thrown it in anyway. Oh, fuck me. Because the point is out of bounds. I wonder if instead of drawing it from that socket... Yeah, but we do need to draw it from that socket. don't want to move the sockets again. The sockets are used for so many different things. And it's actually working pretty damn decently when we're not crouching. Just when we're crouching. Hmm. What do we do? What do we do? One singular bit. Thanks for the 1 bit. Nice name, dude. Thanks a bit. Hope you're having a good Tuesday. I appreciate it. Keep it real, stay safe, stay warm, stay sexy. Would we have any negative? Well, we could. It's like we're either clipping with the right side or we're going to clip with the left side. We could still keep this socket. I could just run the trace from like the player's head. Can I get the socket transform? And maybe just run the trace from the player's head if the player is would that cause a problem? Well, it's supposed to be updating the location of the camera. I don't think it would still work from over the shoulder if we did that. Because we have to get the hit location in the first place to even know how to modify it. So like, yes, I could do it. I could do it. But it would be really wonky, and I don't think it would look better. It would prevent the clipping, but it wouldn't look better. My only other solution would be switching the player to first person view when they're crouching in like an enclosed space like that. Is really what it comes down to. How do we even know to skip it for? First person. I mean, it must handle it. Custom camera behavior, ALS character. input for that wasn't working. I don't know where it went. Oh, here it is. We would essentially just do this. When we detect that you are going into an enclosed space, we do this. Which still is gonna have some... Yeah, it's still clippy. But I almost feel like it would be easier to control that camera. Man, that's frustrating. Interesting. Would it clip with the Harry Potter just makes the tunnels really big. I don't think... I think a lot of games have this exact same problem. Wait, does it actually successfully... hide the head from us in first person? It looks like it does. Maybe not. No, it doesn't. Hold on. Looks like I have cleavage. Anybody else turned on? I can hide the head. I can hide the head. I can still let the head cast shadows, but I can hide the head from view. That's easy. I don't mind that specific location. I mean, I don't know, there's a lot of... Maybe there's some more elegant solution to preventing this, because even if we move it back, we still have it. I kind of prefer the you know, keeping it in third person. Maybe that's just me. I can hide the bone, but I don't know if I want to do the first person solution. I don't know if I want to do it. Let me go to the bathroom real quick. Clear my head. Creepy. We'll make the new build today regardless of this problem, because it's really just like a visual issue. Something that can be fixed later. The most important things with like the mantling and the climbing have been fixed. And this is just like tweaking camera. But I mean, everything else apart from it being in, well, we don't know that. We need to test it still. We'll do a full test run through of the game and see if there's any issues. But we'll still make the build and put the new one out today. Let's go back over. Look, it spawns you like a flamingo. Like, I like this view. Could we theoretically just adjust the player's capsule and then set some requirements on? Well, we could do that. I don't want to do that. But I mean, it would, again, be one solution. Make the player fatter. Probably be too thick, right? I mean, it works. Where's my crouching? Crouching 40. I'm gonna try 30. I'll try it. I don't know. We would have to test out all of the locations in the game, which is not a big deal. There aren't that many crawling locations. Don't know how to feel about it. Capsule radius from 35 to 50. Do a select. The player can jump while crouched anyway. Well, at least right now they can't. That might not be a very long-term solution. Jump over to Redlock.
Daddy.
Oh, Daddy. Happy. How do we like the height of it, though? I feel like we could still come up a bit, couldn't we? I think we could go up on the Z a bit more when the player crouches. I think it's a little bit too low. Oop. Oh. Yeah, changing the capsule radius impacts whether we can step up on things like that while crouched. Fine, I can move that. It's so jumpy. Look, I fixed some problems and just made others. Yeah, I think the rate we need to revert the radius change. It would have probably had to be reverted anyway. I don't like it. And pushing off from the impact normal is creating the jumpiness. And that would only get more pronounced on more complex meshes. missed. Shit. Imagine if you could make that. I don't think you can. God, that'd be cool though. Nah. Okay, yeah, we're gonna revert the radius change. I don't like that. It does fix some problems with camera clipping, but I think it causes too many other issues. Dangerous. Players will find a way. You're right. Players will find a way. When you're right, you're right. God. I don't know, like part of me prefers when we had the spring arm, and part of me prefers tweaks we've made today. I don't know, man. Like that's still annoying, and I think it's definitely because of the target is still in the wall. I mean, I think that if we could fix the clipping and the jittery, I do like the crouched view. It feels like it offers you more precision control. I do like that. Let me check it in the vents up here. Yeah, I like the closeness of it. I'm unsure if my camera tweaks have actually really helped. They help with clipping, but they do introduce a lot more jitteriness. So I don't know how to feel. I don't know how to feel. And if I release a new build, I think one of the big complaints will just be the camera changes. Oh, fuck me. Select. Alright, if true, we do the minus 35. Otherwise, we keep it at the minus 3. Alright, that should... That'll prevent the camera from pulling in until we actually have something above our head. In which case it will. It is very immediate though. Kinda wish it blended that. But it's okay for now. Blending's just flavor, right? We said we wanted to move it up a little bit, right? We try 30. That'll be very subtle. We should be staring less at the shoulder. Is that the wrong direction? Actually adjusted? You know what, we'll do it this way. It was the wrong direction. It'd be negative. Shouldn't be negative. There we go. Yeah. That's where the larger radius sphere test really comes in handy. You know what? I bet that would help quite a bit. I think we could revert that back. Oh shit, I forgot where it does that though. Here it is. But it sends it from here. Why didn't we have like lights? Oh, it's just because it's such a far drop. Do we like the kind of like walk into the abyss here? Do kind of like it. Yeah, see, you get issues like that. You know, realistically, let me think here. Realistically, if we wanted to... We wanted to go back to the spring arm camera system. and do the same crouching and something above head test to move the like the center point of that arm. I really think we could do it. Like, let's take the character here for a sec. Right now, the boom arm in the game is centered on the player character, right? And the issue is not that it looks bad when the arm is far away, but that it looks bad when it's close up. Because you're just staring at your character's ass the whole time. And your character is a man. Actually, he's a mannequin. But if he were a womanikin or a woman, then this would be great. You know, staring at your character's ass all the time. Unless you like dudes, because then, sure, maybe you like this. We could like F and terp this up to the shoulder when this length gets below a certain point. Or we can just F and terp as we, you know, we normalize the min-max of this. And we can F and terp it up to here. And then when the player is crouching and something above head, we can just lower that length and pull it in. I just think it would have better results. I really do. Spring arm. Okay, what was the spring arm set up to be? You know, it's weird too, because I bet this probe is just... I bet it's just a sphere check. I don't know, for some reason it feels better though. Relative location change. We had that at like 8.5. We're gonna move that up. Ortho width. Huh? I don't see that anywhere. Alright, we've got our old, we've got our old, spring arm back. It's good to be home. It's reliable. It's so reliable and snappy. I don't know what to say. Maybe if I were a better 3Cs designer, it wouldn't be such of an issue. Oh, look at that. It's the collision test is so... It's so much better. Okay, let's see. Let's see if we can get the... We want an F in terp. We're gonna do that on tick. Is where we're gonna throw that. Let's see here. Update. Spring arm root. Need a couple of pieces of information. We already have the above head check. That's working fine. Spring arm's max length is 400. So realistically, I mean, let me see if, can I just get like the value as a percentage? Probably not. I wouldn't even imagine there's much to do here with the spring arm. But I'll check. I can get the target rotation. Oh, wow. That's fine though. Let's get the target arm length. We want to alter that if it's for crouch though. Just select. Let's try for now 100 when crouched, and we'll do 400 when crouched. Although target arm length would be affected anyway, so we wouldn't even need to... That's not the current arm length, what would it be? Can we get the current length of the spring arm? I guess we could get the follow camera's distance to it. There's no way to get the current length of this. Okay. Okay. We can get it. I don't know if the spring arms... I don't actually know if this will work. I don't know if the spring arm moves or just the thing on it moves. I would imagine the latter, in which case we're okay. I assume this is distance absolute valued. We'll see. Could be. We can, for now, just print the distance to see if that's working. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Okay, we want to normalize that between... This is how we get our percentage. We get our alpha for an F interp. We just F interp the... That's what we want. Let me think. I can... I could still use bones on the mesh. Really want. How is it grabbing that? And am I able to do the same thing? Get socket name. I will hard code it to the right shoulder. Just for the... It's gonna cause some issues. Feel it. It would almost be better to run this outside of the function. Something about doing the eases kind of rubs me the wrong way. Or like splitting this up into different pieces. No, we won't. I won't do target arm length adjustment here. I'll just try this. Did it force it into that? It did. This is why I might pull it out of the... of the function. That ain't very easy. Oh, because we're not actually easing the alpha itself. Stupid. What am I trying to do there? Wait, what? And I'm losing it today. Be easier to run a timeline. Yeah, I was trying to do two things. So I have two bits of code running. Do I have a... they didn't even make dispatchers. What a weird setup. Like, they just made functions, but they didn't even make dispatchers. I mean, realistically, I could just put this directly in here. Do we need to do a binding? Probably no. I'm gonna probably just make an event to handle it. I could do it though. I could do it. Oh. There was a big in-play event. Okay, never mind then. I could call that directly, but we're just gonna bind it. Fuck it. When in Rome. Okay, stance changed. We need to... This wouldn't fire if the player is crouching and can't stand up, right? Or would it still... Would it still fire? I would say that it shouldn't, but it might. Easy test. Nope. Does it change on... Yes, it changes when it automatically forces the change. Okay, so it's working properly. It's working as expected. let's think here. We have 3 states that this camera should be in. Like default, crouched, and were there 3? There were for sure 2. Yes. And like a back up against the wall. Why could we not make those crouch and back up against the wall the same thing? We can use the normalized percentage of how far the spring arm is extended. And that we can do by getting the distance. That way there's like a default number. That needs to be normalized. Between 0 and the spring arm's target length. This gets us our percentage along that length that we are extended. Now, if that is less than a certain amount, let's just put it at 50% for right now. Then we want to move the spring arm's location to the socket location of here. Well, actually, we want to lerp this. Or we can use the ease function if we want to make it a bit nicer. Based on the alpha of a timeline. We'll try 2 seconds for now, and this can be just be linear. That will be between its current location Well, we would need to cache the location, I think. Not a good way to do it. Ouch. B would be back to 0. Oh, all right. But I have to get the world location of, unless we can find the relative location. That is not what I wanted. I mean, updating the world position would be the easiest, without having to rack my brain about getting the relative differences here. I would think we would want to do the subtraction between not the mesh socket location. That is going to return the world location. I could get it relative to the mesh's root. Because that would return the relative, wouldn't it? Why does that not return the relative? Oh, because we're still doing the get world location. That's why it's going all crazy. Probably not. Oh, lovely. Getting all awkward. Because of the player's rotation. Why can I not just use the sockets in the first place? Is there a reason why I can't? Or shouldn't? I don't know if that is case sensitive. Let's assume that it is. Yeah, get world location. It's very snappy. I don't know why the snapping occurs. Probably because the spring arm itself is attached, and for like the briefest of seconds, it is trying to follow the player. Before it's being told to I think handling it in some like offset way would be less jittery. Oh, shit. Unless we keep it on that, No, I like it centered. I do like it centered. Oh my god, this is annoying. I don't know what I want to do with this. My brain's fried. Dealing with the camera today. My god. And my existence. Like, I don't necessarily want to update the camera only on stance changed. I'd also like to modify it as the target arm length is adjusted. And so really, realistically, this should just be checked every tick. In which case I wouldn't even bind it. Fuck that. Just make my own like super simple camera manager. I don't need all the fancy bells and whistles. I really don't. But if it's running on tick, then we don't need this. Plain and simple. We could just do a straight lerp. I mean, we could always just use the ease function anyway, because it's more adjustable. Let me think here. Yeah, we only want to move it up to the shoulder if one of those two things. Otherwise, we move it back down. I think rather than doing the branch, that looks very problematic. Yeah, for like a million reasons that's problematic. Oh, this doesn't have collision. Different issue. Well, that's awkward. Is it because it's... No, the inclusion shouldn't be... Because doing that changes the length. Which, to be fair, makes sense. I need... Hold on, I need a... What do I need? I want to check if it's less than equal to 49, than equal to 50. Wouldn't that have the same problem though? Or I guess creating that middle zone would prevent it from jittering, potentially. I need a NOR gate. What I need. I need a NOR. I like looking at that chart. Helps me understand. This probably won't fix the issue. Yeah, it'll just create new points of jitteriness. Like, I need to lock it out while it's doing that. That's where the timeline helps, because I can just ask, hey, are you running? Okay. Oh. No, my bad. I was gonna branch based on that. It wouldn't matter. It just wouldn't run anyway. That didn't fix the problem. I mean, unless we just set up 2 instead of trying to do 1, we just set up 2 and we do the branch based on that. Mild spaghetti. I'm not hitting it. Oh. I'm moving that. Yeah, I think it is hitting correctly. I think it is hitting correctly, just not moving it. Oh, because we're not firing the alpha. Are we? Yeah. Nora false. Switch that to an ore for a sec. The player's neck. Yeah, see it? Maybe we should need to do the check separately. I'm getting confused by my own here. That's our buffer. That should be hitting that. Oh my god, my brain's melted today. Sorry, my voice is starting to go too. Well, either our target arm length is under a certain point, which we want to use, or we are crouched. But then we need to check are we between this threshold? The worst way to do it, by the way. Don't do what I'm doing. I'm just going in circles at this point. You don't want to see it. It's disgusting. I mean, as a proof of concept, it is a thing. It's just that socket causes problems. There's a lot of issues with this. No. No. Nope. 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 That solution won't work either. Oh my god. That solution will not work. It's way too even if I can get it kind of easy, and it's just I mean, we can somewhat switch between the two things that we've come up with today. I can't really do it during runtime. Jump. But if we delete the spring arm and camera, well, maybe we could do it during runtime. But if you delete the spring arm and camera and add the camera manager, you get what we made, which I think has some benefits. But I almost want to put like just like a root at the end of this spring arm and use its location to send. It just feels like it has better collision detection. Blew some shit off your terrace? Want to go down and see if I damaged any cars or work? Where do you live, Ken? What's having? What place is having such high winds? And also, I need those 3 weird digits at the back of your credit card. Those are just fun random numbers. Don't think about it. Middle of the sea? Oh, you're in Malta. That's a popular destination spot, isn't it? You don't get like tycoons. You get like hurricanes or something there? Also, do you get tycoons? Have a guest room and dirt cheap flights if you two want to visit sometime? That's an incredible offer. I gotta get my my residency stuff sorted out first. But then we should definitely talk about it. As long as we wouldn't be inconveniencing you in any way. I'm gonna leave the camera for now. I need to sit and think about the camera. I didn't think the camera would be this annoying to deal with. But I can tell you it definitely is. Wow. The good news is the mantling. I don't know if I have to delete anything that we did today. There was a forward vector here for the camera. Plug that back in. That's for interaction. Delete these. This is still fine and oh my god, my real voice is seeping through. This is still fine and usable. We're just not using it right now for anything. I'm gonna leave it there. Leave the time dilation on too. I'm gonna take my medicine. This July, I have surgery to fix hopefully this issue. Which I suppose we should kind of factor into our streams, shouldn't we? I don't think I've planned up to July, though. No, I haven't. Only through May. It's at the end of July, though. I might be out of streaming for a couple weeks. It depends on if I can talk. And what my face looks like. Because I might look like I got in a bar fight or something. I don't know if they have, I don't think they have to break the nose or anything, so I don't imagine I'll end up with anything like bruised. But I might have some stuff bandaged up. Let me look it up. Deviated septum surgery. Face. They're a post-op face. Face after deviation. There's no post. Oh wait, there is one. I don't think I'm getting a septoplasty. It is. If it is, I might look like this. So I don't know how much talking I'd be able to do. You need wisdom tooth surgery? I got that too. But when I was much younger. Stream like that? If I can talk and it doesn't hurt, like I'll come in and stream, I don't care. But it might be safer to not risk any sort of like problem. And I don't know what kind of drugs they'll put me on. Like I really don't know what to expect. They said it was just going up and like basically cutting off, like cauterizing a section. So I don't know how. I don't think it's a full septoplasty, but I could be wrong. You doing C-spawn? It's cosmetic. Not really. It's not cosmetic in the way that you would think. Like it is. If it is a septoplasty, it is, I think, considered plastic surgery. But it's not plastic surgery in the way that it would change my face shape. I have what's called a deviated septum. From the bottom, it looks like the septum is off to one side, but mine is mostly just like, it's not snoring. It's mostly an issue with like being able to breathe. Like I can't really breathe out the right side of my nostril very well. Left side is kind of okay. And it leads to a lot of what's called post-nasal drip. Shit leaks down the back of my throat. And that can lead to me like needing to clear my throat very often. Very thick fluid. Very obnoxious. Very annoying. I don't know, Hightail's owned by Riot. It used to be. It used to be. Not anymore. They had it but didn't do anything with it. You know what? I'll just put a comment on the node directly. Added this to push camera away from wall. Who owns it now? The creator does. He bought the rights back from Riot because Riot wasn't doing shit with it. Can you imagine a fumble like that? Are we? Okay, everything else should be good, I think. Except for this. No, I put this back to defaults. 15 was the default. Trace radius, trace param. These are... I don't know if these are back where they should be, to be honest. Let's pretend they are so that I don't get in trouble. Crouching info. These we modified, but we're not using this right now. Kind of a work in progress. We're back to good old jittery. Camera that we have here. There was one other issue that I wanted to address. It's not related to the camera, but it is related to mantling. But it's one of those things that doesn't affect gameplay as harshly. It's purely a visual bug. Which is that the player 2 kind of like snaps into position when mantling. We'll be able to see it here. And I think that it's because of our custom mantling code. Looks so dumb. If I had to guess, it's because the trace fires a bit of ways in front of the player. Oh, Sadev, thanks for the follow. Thanks for giving me the courage to go on despite today's failures. Yeah, I think it's because the trace to mantle fires from so far ahead of the player that it just has to move the player into position from a further distance back. But there's a reason why I want it that far away. I can't remember what it was. Oh god, what was the reason?
Daddy.
Was that the reason? There was something. I'd have to remember. I'd have to go back to the stream from yesterday. I was considering moving the character's check back in because it would assist with the accuracy. You know what, I'll just change it right now and see if it causes problems. And maybe in the course of it causing problems, I'll remember why I didn't do it that way. That's the good move, right? I think it's this one. My numlock was on. Yeah, I don't know how much the guy paid for. You know what? It needs to be at least as far as the capsule radius. Plus a little bit. Possible to make the animation such that if you hit the edge with, say, your waist, the character doesn't need to teleport down and then play the full climb animation. It chooses between one of 3 animations, so there might be cases where it looks bad because the height of it doesn't match. Like, it's matching to the wrong animation because it just doesn't sit well within the distances. If that makes sense. The closer it is to one of those 3 target values, the cleaner it looks. Which, you know, makes it kind of look annoying in certain cases. Yeah. I mean, maybe there's a way, like, maybe we can even add in some more animations to that to break up the middle ground. I do know for sure that we're going to talk to... Yeah, actually, I can't change that. That would... I remember why I shouldn't change this. It dramatically changes the distance at which we are actually able to jump. It would alter the level design very heavily. Yeah, at some point we're going to be hiring an animator to correct some of the issues that we have. So we can add that to the list. So today's progress was not very good. I think we almost have their camera manager tweaked to the point where I could like it. Just with a couple of pretty big caveats. We can continue tweaking the camera tomorrow, and what I'll do is I'll do some research. Either off stream tonight, or we can do it on stream together. Oops. For fixing the clipping. Like maybe you know, much cleaner like sphere trace code that we can do. Or we can dive into the Unreal source and check what they're doing for the spring arm collision detection. And see if we can recreate it, because it is so much better for the spring arm. Actually, I'm curious. I want to look it up. UE5 main. Spring arm. Where can we check? Using probe channel and probe size. But that's not a separate thing than like a sphere trace, right? How can we check exactly what... Do trace. Oops. Iron rot. Vision query parameters. Round falls. Leap single by channel. Make sphere. Blend locations, desired location, result, location, blocking hit. It doesn't really look like it does anything other than just doing a sphere tray. Sweep single by channel. I'm not very good at reading code, to be fair. on the surface it would be sphere trace by channel. Am I wrong? Where's the target for the traces? Kismet system wide. Jesus. Not the debug line. Capsule trace single for object. Box trace multiple. Sphere trace multiple. Why is it not finding sphere trace? No, it is. Okay, sphere trace single. I assume that includes channel, right? Trace channel. World sweep single by channel. F collision shape here. I don't know why it feels better to have the spring arm compared to the sphere trace, and why it doesn't end up in like the same flipping issue, the spring arm. I could ask Kotzber to take a look in it when he has some time. Because to me these look like the same thing. World sweep single by chance. Specifically called a probe though. Or is that just what it's naming it? Probe channel. Yeah, that would just be its input, wouldn't it? Maybe I'm reading that wrong. One locations. Pick. F vector result locate. I mean, for sure there wouldn't be any other exposed bit here. Sphere trace single. I mean, I wonder how it determines the difference here between the complex trace, engine get world from context to object. Kind of weird. It looks like the spring arm is just so much older that it uses some older code. Maybe that older code is just more reliable for this. Yep, I don't know enough about it to know why one works better than the other, or feels like it does. Maybe it doesn't. Could be even as something as small as like the radius difference between the default spring arm collision check. Oh well. Oh well, we'll look into it later. I'm kind of tired of working with cameras today anyway. We'll get the new build out for this and see how people feel about the new mantling, because if we change two things at once anyway, it's gonna be hard to get an accurate judge. But if we just change the mantling like we have, and we don't update the camera, I think we'll start to see more feedback, or let's say negative feedback, come in about the camera specifically, and less so about the mantling. Which is expected. That's my biggest pet peeve about the 3Cs right now, is it's the camera. I mean, we could always take a look into making using the new gameplay cameras, but they really did just appear too bloated. Too bloated. Like, here, make 5,000 assets just to modify the camera once. Need a director and a manager and a proxy. But no, we'll try a new build. Any of you guys watching the Super Bowl? I think we still have the finals, right? Or no, we're at the quarterfinals. Semifinals? Wait. Which one comes first? I think it's the semifinals, right? We got two more games and then the final game. What is it? NFL. Yeah, okay. We got the Seahawks and the Rams, and the Broncos and the Patriots. Those should be some pretty interesting games. It'll be this Sunday, right? Yeah, Sunday and then Monday. For the 2 Americans in my chat. How's your game coming, Kent? I think you told me before. Oops, forgot to jump. You're just working on like adding content or something? That was weird back there. Let me go check that out again. I wouldn't think we should fit up there. What's probably happening is it's moving the capsule check out of there. I don't like that though. It just pushes you off, and if it can push you off, then it shouldn't catch you. Because wouldn't that also indicate that really thin ledges might trigger the same response? Yeah. Yeah. Alright, give me a second. Let me piss. Like, I know a fix to this. Give me a sec. Wait. Alright, I've got an idea. We gotta do another trace. We have to do a trace out of that wall. Downwards. Just a line trace, thankfully. At a certain distance from our green trace hit. The good news is we should already have exactly all of the information necessary to do this. But my thinking is one of two things. Let's draw it in purple. We could either fire directly down from here and check if we hit something, and that would be standable, right? This would at least ensure that there is enough space for the player to stand up there. And that might be a really good place to do it. Oh my god, holy fuck, dude, my neighbors. Oh. It's just... I feel better now. We can either fire it directly from the center, so we already have all of that math already done. And that might be the easiest, or we can check, like, because we have the radius, we can just check, like, halfway here. I'm not sure which one we want to do. If I ever go to jail, it will only be for one thing. Murder. And I will have murdered my upstairs neighbors. So we either do that or we do half of that. About there. One of these would be allowable, one of them not. Right now it's allowable and the player can stand up there. I think before I would have... Yeah, this would have been allowed before. So I think we could say half of that. So we'll take the... Let me see which trace are we grabbing this on. It would be this one. The teleport location at this point. Yes. 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 And another line trace. This time we do need it to hit. And we do. Teleport location start minus no, not exactly. Teleport location, but I can store this information. We need to get the capsules, scaled capsule radius. Oh god, hold on. Downward trace hit. Along the plane. Well, couldn't we just use one of these here? Because we're moving it up. And I don't want to run this twice. It realistically would be these two plus each other. Unless I'm mistaken. Draw a debug point. Size 15. Yeah. Yeah. So that like -5 is what we can check. Okay. Standable. Location check vector. And rather than do this math twice, because it would call it twice, we can just plug this in. That way we're plugging into the already existing math. And then we just do start location and end location is that -5. If it hits, we're good. If it doesn't hit, we're fucked. It should be a little hard to see. It'll be a little hard to see. But like we're successful there. I need one where we wouldn't be successful. Maybe -5 isn't enough. You know what? It can be more than 5. It can be more than 5. Make it 15 to be safe. Pull that one in. That one will not be hittable. This, yes. Obviously. This one breaks the first trace, but the second one hits and succeeds. We can see the red dot at the bottom of the yellow capsule. This one would fail, because even though the yellow capsule succeeds, you can see the downward trace here, not hitting anything, therefore we would not be able to mantle up. Now, we might be able to stand. Hold on. You'll see the issue. We might be able to like walk across it here, but you wouldn't be able to mantle on top of it. The reason why that worked there is because this is not the real test. We'll see the real test in a sec. It is this one. Please. Me and Chad are trying to vibe out. Please, stop. This qualifies self-defense at this point. If I were to go postal. I could probably simplify it by just adding this into here. Send that up. Remove this pin. Connect up. Yay, more improvements to our mantling, which we need to backport to ImSim toolkit. Okay, now this one shouldn't work. There should be no way for that to work, but these two absolutely will work. Aha! That was an easy fix, thankfully. Okay, it should also mean that the mantle on this corner will not work. Now it obviously will if you hit the meaty part, right? Like here. But if you hit the part where the player does not have standing room, I will try to create that very slowly. We can watch as the red trace succeeds. The first capsule trace fails. The yellow capsule gets drawn. And we should be able to see the downward, yep, we can see the downward one between his legs is failing. Therefore, he cannot climb up here. Unless he angles to the right a bit. Maybe I can still make it. Nope. No, it's great. It's really good. The best universal climbing system that this engine has ever seen. Probably not. It's probably far from that. It's not bad though. Meanwhile, some grizzled old white bearded veteran is like, yeah, you can just do this with two traces. In fact, here's me at 12 years old making this exact thing. Fuck. Fucking 12-year-olds. Damn autistic programmers. Okay. Oops. Just checking some other, like, areas. That would have failed anyway, because something's above our head. This should now fail. So I was able to hit this yesterday, but this will now fail. A good thing. Oh, sorry today's been a little bit boring, guys. And some days are like that. I gotta stream anyway. ALS is a good base. I'm not unhappy with ALS as a base. But it is quite flawed. I think it looks better than it runs at some points. Oh, that feels good. I really don't need to be trying to speedrun this. Oh, fuck. But taking it fast does kind of allow me to test everything out. Kind of wonder if the 15 downward check is enough on something angled. Well, no, it should be, because we're still grabbing the 15 down from the point that has already been adjusted for the normal. I can't think of a situation in which that would fail, where we would still be able to stand up on what we're trying to jump up on. Blue means we can't jump up. Yellow is interesting though. Oh, it's because, you know what it is? It's because we're hitting that slope from this side, but you can't mantle when you're crouched anyway. And we would... Is there ever a situation in which that could succeed, even if we're standing? Wasn't the issue just because when we crouch, it's moving down the... Oh. Why can't we... Oh, that's weird. Never mind. I can set up a situation in which that can be tested. Now it feels good. Feels good. It feels very good. I'm doing the time skip. That's how good it feels. Alright, and this one should spawn. Oop. I don't know why the splines are showing them. I told them not to. Alright, we'll go do the optional objective because there's a lot of manslaying this way. There it is. That jump's nasty. that jump is a test. You know what the good part is though is that it's like it's not difficult because the controls are difficult, but because the jump itself is a challenge. If it's easy to overshoot, undershooting it might be safe. But ideally you just land like straight on it. Ooh, I didn't think I'd make that. Alright, there's one turned on. We need to do two things though before we can make the build. I need to change the pop-up text for the side objective. And maybe like move it or just make some super simple widget. It's easier to see. It does not have to be that impressive. And then I need to turn off my traces. Okay, there we go. Optional complete. Keep going. We're doing well. Good news is we can die now if we need to. Ooh. Perfect. Although I think Kotspur brought up a really good point when he was testing, which was if we die, should we reset an optional objective that has not been saved yet? I'm thinking yes, which I know sounds pretty hardcore. But it's realistically the only thing that makes sense. You died. All your progress has been lost for, you know, until the next save occurs, so. We'll need to think about that. I may have already included that in the design document though. Not sure. nearly 100% sure this does hook up. Yeah. Technically, I think it's a time skip to do that instead of going up the proper way. Compared to the vent in the ceiling. Now that I think about it. We haven't died in this room at all, I think, right? Or did we? No, we died like once in this room, I think. We're making good time, though. Rex, you don't like these kinds of games, right? Have you tried our demo? You do like them. Have you tried this yet? Or were you waiting for the Mansling fixes? I'm glad you like them though, honestly. I didn't know that you did. You get motion sickness. We don't do too much crazy shit with the camera. You know, we're not ragdolling the player in first person or something. Oh my god, I should have. Oh. My life flashed before my eyes. You wanna wait till I get some nice look? Yeah, but I need your feedback. I really need your feedback if you get some time. It's impossible to please everyone. This is true. That's bait. I don't like how long this one takes to yeah, well, you know, I'll let you know. But maybe it'll give you some good ideas too when you're playing it yourself. Make like some notes of meshes that you didn't think we would need, or that we could need, and haven't thought about. Everything so far is really good for this build. I wish that I had fixed the camera and made it better, but I couldn't yet. We might be able to hit under 25 minutes. I've got a good feeling. Like, I've got a very good feeling. Sub 25, that's our goal. That'll be the new speedrun. Maybe I'll put some text up on screen of the current speedrun of the game. You know, of leaderboards. Maybe like a little ticker going across, scrolling across the bottom. And we, you know, we'll have to update it pretty frequently, right? Whenever like any major thing happens to the level. Well, we could start some early play test records going. I don't know why I just did that. That was weird. I have a suspicion for why that happened. Fuck me. Oh my god, I fell. Fuck. Okay, 25 ain't happening. Ooh. 26. What's 26? Like an idiot, I didn't press space. What up, Rex? Ligma.
You can't spell Micro-Raptor Games without gay, and boy, let me tell you, you are gay.
If one more sound alert plays, I'm banning everybody. And every term, and the only two allowable terms will be quaternions and thread limit.
Uh-oh, retard
I swear
alert!
to God,
Retard
if you
alert,
open up
class!
Cauldron Chronicles one more time,
Resentment
I'm
can
going to
grow
send Delta
quietly
Force.
without much warning after a storm. Mushrooms can too.
I'm gonna come.
Fix the camera. I didn't fix the camera. Funnily enough, I didn't actually fix the camera. You know what? We might still be able to do 25. If I can do this level perfectly, I think I can get it in under 25. I don't remember how long this level takes if you don't fail. I could try the time skip. The time skip saves a lot of time. Okay, I'm gonna try the time skip. There is a lot of ghosting. Actually, that part is true. There is a lot of ghosting, and it's because there's no lights in this scene right now. I did like the entirety of the lava pool room without failing, but somehow I fail on the elevator and the stupid water synthesis plant. Synthesize these nuts in your mouth. Dumbass game. Stupid level. Fuck, that jump is so hard. Fuck. Should we have Twitch chat? Integration? Like, it would probably break the game. But we could do it like Noita. We can turn off certain effects. Make him drunk. Maybe that's doable? We could definitely do some crazy stuff with like camera or input. Like adding a little bit of input. Random ragdoll. Oh fuck, dude, that jump is tough. It saves a lot of time, but that's a tough one to make. I've got a good feeling though that that's one of those moments where the speedrunners are just gonna keep getting good and good at it. We have to have some easy parts that skip time, and also some like really hard parts that skip time. Because that perfect speedrun out there will require that somebody do all those things flawlessly. And the more little time skips we have like that, I think it increases the gap of potential. Fuck me. I'm not doing that one anymore. Speedrun ruined. Restart. Yeah, we need to fix the camera. Right now the camera is the biggest enemy. We'll continue with it tomorrow. We'll do our best. We primarily just need to fix the crouching. The tight, like close to the shoulder camera, I think looks good. But I really cannot stand how much it clips. And I don't know why the spring arm does not have that problem. But I'm wondering if maybe while the player is crouched and, you know, has something above their head, we could just have the spring arm still there with a root at the end of it and just use that location instead. I don't know. Maybe there's something to that. I mean, we would only need this spring arm, because I guess I was initially against using that spring arm method. Oh my god, I almost fell there. Because it wouldn't work well when the player had no need of the spring arm, but we only need the spring arm to tell us the location when the player is crouching and something is above their head. It's one use. So if at begin play we set the spring arm's location to that socket with a root at the end of it, we just feed that data into the target location. What's up, Hildman? Character related to Michelin Man? Yes. This is his brother who is part of ICE. That's why he's blue. And Democrats hate him. Ooh. His ratings to restaurants. Fail, you get deported. You know, we're self-published. We could get pretty crazy with it and just ask the player's ethnicity at the start of the game. We wouldn't do anything with it. But, you know, if we ask people, they would wonder what we do with it. And the reality is we don't do anything with it. We'll just put a whole bunch of, like, really personal questions at the start of the game. Just to make people paranoid. Like, enter your dick size. White and not white. Go full cancel mode. Dude, we would have so many stupid journalist articles about it. But literally behind the scenes, we would not do anything. Like, people would go super deep into trying to, like, hack our game to see where we're using the info, and it just wouldn't do it. It wouldn't be anywhere. It's just a slider. And some drop downs. Choose difficulty and its skin tones. Are you a man or a woman? You choose woman and it sets it to the easiest mode. We could do a fun stupid game like that one day. Just because it's so easily marketable. Let me try the solution. Let me just play around with it. I'll do the one thing. Maybe this will solve the problem. Where's the controller? Fuck. You guys hear all these bangs, don't you? Where's the player controller? Oh yeah, it's this one. It's this one. Okay. Player camera manager, we switch to this. We temporarily delete this. I wonder if it overrides. Looks like it does override. Okay. What we're going to do is we're going to take the location of the follow camera and feed it in to the somewhere. Camera system. Camera manager. Here. The target location if the player is sniffy. Made a BPI for this. Fuck. Cool. A crouching info. Realistically, we should only have to check this. Something above head. So it's either this location. I can make another BPI call. Interfaces. Oh, get world location. Plug her in. Can't have been an issue with like the field of view, right? I don't know. The 15 here was the adjustment, but it was causing a lot of problems. We could go back to what it had before. We'll just switch. I'm gonna go back to the playground. I want to make this new build soon. I know a problem. I know why that's doing that. They say it functions like the normal spring arm. I don't know if that's true or not, though. I don't know. I don't agree with that. Normal spring arm works better. I already guarantee that's true. The issue's occurring because it is a blocking hit. Oh, it's not for the spring arm. Oh, because I didn't tell the spring arm to be in the same location. So it's slightly off center. That's why. That's why. Set world location. Get bone. Get socket location for mesh. I forgot the name of it already. Why are they jittering? It's kind of good if you don't move the mouse at all. Oh, oops. That's where it's getting the follow camera location, is when it's bumping up like that. Is it doing like some... It looks so good there for a while too. It's like, it's gotta be doing some like micro adjustment with the... with the spring arm. I don't know, man. I'm so fucking good. And angry. I cannot get that to look good. They didn't give it like some weird stuff, right? Oops. They did a camera shake. Any progress with the camera? Not really anything significant. I think we'll just have to dive into it tomorrow. I'm gonna make the build with the old camera. The mantling is vastly improved. Like, mantling is vastly improved. If you felt yourself slipping before because of jumps that you felt like you were making, that should no longer be the case. Vast improvements on that front. There just aren't improvements on the camera yet. It is what it is. Yeah. You know, sometimes you don't get something done in a day. Sometimes it takes 2 days or 2 weeks. Yeah, I have unfortunately been through this half a dozen times with games that either did come out and released and were successful, or came out and weren't super successful, or games that didn't come out and were canceled. Always the same. Okay, I wanted to quickly make a super basic pop-up. WBP objective pop-up. Alright, this will be really, really stupidly simple. need this color. Size to content, fine with me. Content padding, give it 10. Brush color, text color, black. Text is variable, true, compile, save. Keep it simple. If it is less than 3, that text, select I'm gonna make a string first. Boink out of 3. Otherwise, we can simply say all geothermal generators on. Set text color. Set color opacity. Make slate color. Select. False. False is green. Otherwise yellow. And then we're going to make a very simple animation for fading out. And bind an event to animation finished, which will just destroy itself. Yeah, we should be able to fade out the background. If I remember correctly. Sweet. Alright, get animation, play animation. Maybe first we will bind event Bind to animation event. Finished. Custom event. Die. Remove from parent. Garbage cleaner will come up and take care of that. Be good. That just needs to be super basic. I'm gonna move it to the right place though. Will that poke out? Well, that should be okay there. I'll do a quick test of it though. Make sure. And I'll make sure the whole pop-up is just not hit testable. Okay, blueprints. I think I put it in the testing, didn't I? Yeah, the reactor check. So instead of running these, we are going to adjust that. Delete. Create widget. Objective pop-up. That's about all I needed to do. As long as it works. Perfect. Okay, hold on. The jump is a little finicky. Might tweak that a little bit. Good by my standards. And I don't have any. Alright, fix that. Quick tweak of this. Better. Close. Some bullshit warning I don't care about. Quick save, and let's make the build. I'll rename it. Okay, dev build, all fine. Hold on. I'm going to delete all the shit at the start of the level here. We don't need it. Okay, now we can build it. Fuck me. Okay, should be good. Should be good to go. If you're looking to test again, let me see if it's fully uploaded. It is. You can type in !demo or !playtest. Either one works, and you should have access to the link. Perfect, Ibex. You got it right there. I renamed it to just Redlock Blockout Playtest. Oh, and I fixed the location that you had gotten stuck in. I'm gonna get so tired of this level. You know, we're gonna have to continue testing this level throughout like the entire year. Just this one level. I'm gonna end up hating it. The good news is if we can hire like a level designer, I can have them make the next levels, and I can just play test their whatever they create. No, it's not that it's unfun, but you know, it's like you're playing it. I'm gonna have to play this probably hundreds of times, at least 100 times. For being realistic, I don't know if there's any game where I would want to play it 100 times. One single level for me. That's all I mean. It's just, you know, constantly testing the same thing over and over. Once we get art on this, though, I think it'll at least look nice. Seven to 8 hours is crazy. I've had people, because like to me it was crazy that Kotspur spent 2 to 3 hours on it. And he cheated. He would have spent more time. I'm very curious how well Rex does. Because Rex has watched the streams, but he likes these games. You can sit and cut meshes for hours while I play test. How complex are you making the geometry? That's kind of a dumb question, isn't it? How do you answer that question? Nah, you're doing okay. As we mentioned, I think yesterday, I am fully expecting this initial round of meshing to take longer. You're not texturing them, right? You're just doing the meshing. Awesome. Yeah. We don't need a texture at all. The first beautiful corner can just be the meshes. And we'll just evaluate, like, hey, does this, you know, count look good? Do we have any major, like, overdraw, for instance, on anything? It would be annoying to have to fix all that with textures too. If you like get some time, if you make something, either if you don't want to show it to us, I guess that's fine. Although it would be nice. But at least throw it in the engine and just check the overdraw on it. Give it the full nanite reach around. We should have nanite enabled in this project. I think it just enables itself anyway if you... No, the build's working. Okay, so the build's working, that's great. I have nothing else to do here. Let's see. What changed in this? Nothing. It's good. It wasn't a zero-sum day, and if anything, we learned a lot more about, you know, like the specifics of our cameras and where they specifically have problems. It wasn't as productive as I was hoping, but it wasn't a negative day. Could be worse. But yeah, if you throw mesh in, you can go up to the view mode nanite, or I'm sorry, not the view mode, nanite, visualization. You can either do like the overview, which is all of them at once. Although we don't have anything with nanite in it, so don't do anything right now. Or at least just check. We really just need to check like overdraw right now. And maybe clusters. And just see if it's clustering okay, which it should by default, and if overdraw is nasty. My game asks for network rights, you collect errors. I don't collect anything, I don't know why it asks for that. It just does by default. But we don't have anywhere to collect anything. I actually don't know why. It does the same thing to me too. EV5. It's just because like networking is enabled by default that it asks that. All about plugin removals. Online network TCP UDP server. Yeah, it's just some standard thing. I'm not going to disable those for now though, because at some point we might want to start collecting metrics, like the ones that pop up at the end of the game. To automatically grab that. But right now there's nothing that's... So whatever. Okay, that's it for me today. That's it. Oh, kind of a boring day. Oh, we'll continue with the camera stuff tomorrow. That's what'll happen. This Friday, and the Friday after this one. So for the rest of the month of Fridays, I'm going to take off to do lore writing. That was very successful, and I need to continue with that because there's still some more stuff that's missing. So just keep that in mind. At some point we won't have to do that anymore because we'll have everything written down that we really need to. But for right now, I still need to do some more writing on that. It is what it is. But I'll see you guys tomorrow for more development. Take care. Peace. Thanks for the follows today. It was nice meeting so many new people. Hope you're having a nice time. See you tomorrow, guys. Bye-bye.